Hi, everybody. This is Allison from AllyKat Creations. How are you? Please like, share, subscribe to my channel if you have yet to do so. And if you get anything from my work, a connect done, epiphany, a mind explosion, a new book to read, a new author to explore, artwork to create, please consider supporting my work. All of the links will be uploaded into you after this live underneath the video. AllyKatCreations211.com is where you can see all these fabulous pyramids, paintings, paint and sips, craft and sips, commission work, everything there. Go check it out. I just updated it a little recently, so there's some fresh new things up there. Go check that out. And if you're interested in commerce, like wanting something from me, please email me. My email is there and in the description that will be below this video. Memberships, 3D and 4D. It's a great way to contribute to this channel. It's a great way of helping me out. So please help me out. You guys get Oracle card readings 4 times a month. They're over an hour long. I take a long time and pride in doing those. I also give you guys raffle entries, and I'm working on some new content. Stay tuned. This weekend, I'll talk about it. We'll go into all of it. This weekend was nuts, so I didn't get to do the work that I really wanted to do because I was shoveling. Fun times. But that will be up very soon, so please stay tuned for that, 4D members. But thank you all for contributing to my channel. I really appreciate you. And happy Veterans Day to all of those veterans out there who have served, no matter where you are in the world. Hi, Scott. Hi, Charlene. Hi, Ashmaya. This is Craft and Sip Live. I got 2 crafts to do today, but today is Veterans Day, and today I am honoring Mr. Actual Marine. That's him. I printed it out and it's the wrong size, even though it said 4x6, because I'm gonna make a frame today for him. It's a little larger than 4x6. It's lengthy. So I gotta play with the printer. And then we got the state of Indiana here. I'm like right there. Big state. We're gonna do something patriotic on that. And don't mind me, I'm gonna lay it on the hot side. It is spirit filled today. But I got Marine's jacket. I got a friend of mine's Marine hat. I got a lot of Marines going on. But I have a lot of friends out there that served in all branches. I have a ton of friends in the military currently and are retired. So thank you for your service. To the plethora of friends that I have, that's a lot of you. Coffee is a must, and it feels so good. So I had a 4-day weekend, but guess what I was doing on Sunday night, Monday? Shoveling forever. I had about a foot of snow. I don't care what the stupid news or the people that take their little measuring bullshits into the snow, like because it was windy, it drifts, and I got about a foot. And then my town decides that they're going to take a whole street and push it into my driveway. I have 2 driveways. I have my actual driveway that I can't park my car in because once it's snowy and icy, it doesn't get up because there's a very steep incline. It's good for trucks, not for my car. And I have a mini driveway. So the guy just proceeds to push the snow on my property. I blasted them out on Facebook, and no one has come to take that pile and put it somewhere else. But I did unleash nicely, respectfully, because I get it. It's snow. There's nowhere to put things. I get it. But this is not New York City. There's plenty of land around here in Northwest Indiana to put snow in. And there is like an embankment of a house. Like there's a corner that's for sale. No one's there. There's nobody inhabiting the land. No one owns it. Put it there. but no, they put it on my property. So I had a lot to say about that. Still dealing with it. Yeah, so I was shoveling for almost 6 hours. I'm very sore, very, very sore. What I wanted to do for the 4D membership was start doing that shadow work part and parcel, and that didn't happen. And I go back to work tomorrow. Yay. I am also having to get myself ready for the vending event that is happening on Saturday at the Trinity Healing Center in Northwest Indiana in Highland. So anybody that is from my area that wants to go, I will be there. Hopefully Marine joins me. I could definitely use his truck because my car is tiny and it doesn't hold much, but it's okay if he can't, he's working. But check me out for all of those people that are in the area. I will be having a lot of my pyramids, skulls. I don't know if I'm doing candles. It depends. I'm like low on stock on some stuff. Um, Paintings, I'm going to bring a couple. So there's a lot of signs that I'm going to have. Just, I'm going to have to find my ornaments. I made epoxy ornaments. So if you're there, go check me out. I have relatively cheap prices. So yay, go me go. So there's a lot going on. A lot going on. But I want to see how is everybody doing? Hi, Ashmaya. Let's not just get into what Allison been doing all weekend. Let's get into the fucking energies. Hang on, that's Marine right now. We were I knew he wasn't gonna go out for dinner. Yeah, I'm gonna read there's a couple of things I'm gonna read. So I was supposed to go out to dinner because me and Mr. Marine, I don't know if it's like this pride thing with military, and this is not just him. This is a bunch of my friends, literally a bunch of my friends who served our country, and let's just say been and saw things that I don't think many other people could burden, right? Um, my Marine, he has an award. I'm just gonna come out with it. Sorry, Marine, if you hear this. Um, he has a Purple Heart. He's very shy about talking about it, and I'm sure it comes from a lot of trauma and what he has experienced while he was on duty overseas. He does have a Purple Heart. And I kind of get upset with him when there are places that have veterans discounts and free giveaways and free things because he put his literal life on the line and it was almost taken. And for whatever people do give to our veterans, that is a thankful thing. And I'm like, take advantage of it. It's not like you're getting a 5 course meal at some crazy Michelin star restaurant. You're not. But to get the free coffee, to get the donut, even though all that stuff is unhealthy. I told him to go get a haircut and whatever he get that's either discounted or whatever, like it's your day to be honored. And I tell all my veteran friends, like, don't skip out on getting celebrated for the service you put in, hard earned effort for 4 years plus. A lot. I have a friend that's been in for 20 years. I'm always stressing to them, like, you kept us safe, and now it's our way to thank you back. Take it like that. And oh my God. I don't know what he's texting me right now, but I told him that I'm honoring him today, just with all my friends that are serving in the military. Let's get into spirit. So little Thor has been in the little castle. Amy dubbed it the castle. It's a very sturdy structure. It's not one of those junky things you get at the, with the netting or the canvas. This thing is like legitimately plywood and built really nicely. It has plastic so they can get in and out, but it shuts in a sense from the wind. I put straw. So I put the heating pad on the bottom and I put a bunch of straw. And then I have a little water bowl for him that sits by the warming heat. And then the other side is where he kind of nests. And I captured a picture of little Thor in there. So he is spending his time in there. Um, I am feeding him still up on the deck. But and that's only because if I leave the food downstairs, other creatures. I had deer in my backyard, and by the time I got my phone to capture a picture of the deer trying to eat, I don't know what they were trying to eat. Maybe the squirrels left some food. They left. I was a little upset about that. Um, but if I leave the food on the lower deck, I get more creatures and critters that will eat his food, and Allison is broke. So I got to keep my fundage to Little Thor and not to every raccoon and possum, even though I saw Baby P a few days ago. Baby P is living in my little garden shed. Uh, Maybe I don't want to scare the little guy, but I try to leave a little crumb or two out for him. He might pop on. He's so like he works in his job comes from Germany, so he works overnight. And I got to not spy on him, but he had to work Friday night when I went over there. What he does, I don't even comprehend, and it blows my mind. Um Obviously, I didn't see much of anything, but he had screens up, and I was like, what the hell is going on in there? So he's not I yelled at him. I'm like, you're not giving me the genius that I know that you are sometimes. But he's super smart. It's nice, very nice to have a conversation with somebody that can actually probably outcompute me. So yeah, I wanted to dedicate this to not just him, but to all the veterans out there who have served our country. Um, I might have to get in it. I want to do a flag, and then I might do something cute here. I don't know what yet. But I gotta paint this white so that it looks like it's white. But I need a coat on here, so we'll start with that first, and then we'll move on from there. Um, Okay, crazy. Oh, so I was going back to the Schumann resonance. Sorry, guys. The only reason why, okay, this is not blown up because you'll see the reason. What? So we had a large blackout, large, during my snowstorm, very large. And then we had a lot of energy that came in after that blackout. That's the blackout energy. That was like, I need glasses. That was yesterday. And now this is today, 11/11 portal. Look at that. This was earlier. Insane. Insane. So we're at a 8.17 frequencies right now. The blackout even shows up, but it's small. It shows up small. It's a little hard to see. It shows up small down there on the electromagnetic background. It's not as large as the spectrogram. It's tiny in the electromagnetic field, but it is showing there was a time dilation, a stop in time, or a time merger, or a time, whatever your brain equates it to. And everything else today seems chillaxed on the Italian Kuma. So how is everybody doing with the energies? Today is the 11/11 portal. We have a lot of retrogrades happening, a lot of funky energy, a lot of funky energy. A lot. We'll get into it because there's a bunch of stuff I want to read. I was going to go on earlier, but I have a fellow person who wanted an oracle reading. Look, I got my cardinals on today, spirit. And they don't have Zoom. So the easiest thing for me to do, hi Thomas. The easiest thing for me to do is take a million pictures and then email. So that was basically half my day. The other job, which I might actually present a little information about it, maybe on Friday. I have been on this journey since the summer with people for people, and it's community based. I'm really liking the direction it's taking, and it looks like it's going to take off. And I want to get some people in, and it's not one of those pyramid schemes or anything else. Like if you just want to join to be in it, you don't have to pay for anything, and you're just a member helping out. It's a community. And if you want a job or you want to do and lead into things, there's a lot of things. It's still up and running. It's still up and coming. It's launching in some areas. I just think maybe some people might benefit from it. But I'll give you guys the information maybe on Friday and see where that flies, because we're supposed to get people to come join us. And I'm like, I don't want to be one of those people like, oh my God, is there money involved? No. Because we know me in that. Not a fan of that. And I don't preach things I don't do myself. This doesn't have products or anything. It's just promoting community. What I like about it is if you do have a business and, like COVID happened and then everything got shut down, and now the small mom and pop shops got shut down, and a lot of things happened during that time where this company, it's not a company, but like this is the idea and the birth child, where if stuff were to happen again, You have resources online to say, hey, we're going to support this dentist, this car shop, this repair shop, this florist, this spiritual person, this artist. It's bringing people together in community to support each other. Does that make sense? I'm really enjoying the vibe of it, and I'm a director of impact, and I'm really liking what I'm doing because we're talking about gratitude, we're talking about how can we get things on a global scale, uh our base of influence, all that fun stuff. I do have my smock and I should really put it on. It was ridiculously cold this morning. Thankfully, the weather is not winter yet, where it's 20 below zero. It did get to 10, but now it's like or like what is it now? 38. So some stuff is melting. It's not like it's 2 degrees outside. Yeah, there is a lot of, I'm going to get into that solar activity. I don't know about you guys. I am not necessarily feeling it. Hi, Kim. I'm not necessarily feeling upgraded. I'm not necessarily having the crazy dreams. I am having a lot of spirit though here. I have 2 candles I'm gonna light. Finish the one that I burned the last couple of shows, and I have a frankincense Palo Santo that I gotta go. So yesterday I'm sitting here uh recording a waspy, and I'm just sitting here uploading it, and I keep hearing stuff like it's not Freya because Freya was sleeping on my couch. And I normally hear her little like paws get off the couch because it's right above me. So I don't hear her, and I hear things right around back there like dropping. And I get up and nothing's dropped. And then I'm hearing other stuff, and I'm like, okay, maybe it's coming from outside. Little Thor's going into his hut. No little Thor and no little going into the hut. I don't know where these sounds are coming from. And it's not, I already know that my furnace makes a shit ton of noise because it's radiant heat. So everything goes through pipes, and I know the sounds of this house. It's not like I just moved in. I can't place where this sound is coming from. It sounds like papers. I do, and I need to charge karma points or dharma points for them to come through this house. But there was definite stuff going on last night up in this house that I was like, what the? And I said, hi guys, you're welcomed here. Come manifest for me. Nothing. I just kept hearing shit fall, but nothing fell. So this is frankincense and Palo Santo. I make these. This one has sage, opalite, clear quartz. What's this gem? It's not morganite. The name escapes me. I'll find the name to it. But I got some nice gems in there with some sage and black salt, of course. Always black salt in my candles. So we're gonna light this baby up. And even though you can't see it, there's gems on the bottom of that. This is plum fairy, but it's really plum orchid. I should have chopped that a little bit more, but that's okay. I got some candles to all the veterans and my family members that served that are no longer with us. We honor you. I got my patriotic heart with all the brass and my skulls with the brass. My favorite one. But no matter what part of the world you're at, we honor all of our soldiers and people. Happy Veterans Day, Mr. Marine. Look at a young version of you. I don't know if he checked out my Facebook post this morning. I know you were sleeping, but you should. Hi, Barbara. So I didn't take into account, like, it doesn't fit, but I have a bunch of pictures I'm going to make, and we're going to make you a frame. We're making you a frame. You're going to go in a frame. Hi, B Lady. Hi, Al Sunray. Today is the Veterans edition. I got Marines prized coat. I don't ever I love all my military gear that people have given me and gifted me throughout the years. I got my friend's Marine hat and Marine's jacket behind me. But I've been having a lot of spirit. So that's what we're talking about. But I got my skulls, and unfortunately, these will not be at the at the spiritual vending event. Even though it's it's patriotic, but it's not one side or the other, because our military shouldn't be that way. But it's like the bullets and stuff. It's not spiritual, you know. But we honor you today, mister. So what is going on? Jupiter retrograde. Yes, we're in Mercury. We're in a bunch of retrogrades. But Jupiter started the same day as Mercury. Reflect on emotional patterns that shape your sense of safety. Oddly enough, this has been coming up as a theme for me personally in my life. Now, security for me does not necessarily mean financially, even though I scream it and it's out, my outer world is vibing it. That's not what's in my heart. Me feeling secure is knowing that all of my loved ones and all the things that I enjoy in my life are thriving, and that equal exchange of energy and just enjoying life. That's what makes me feel a sense of secure. Physically, it helps to have a Marine at your side. But the things that most people define success and define security, it's not necessarily how I define it and how I see it and feel it. I know it sounds weird, but I've given up on feeling financially secure because it doesn't seem to be a paradigm that I'm going to be living. So why worry about stuff that you can't control? Because I can't control it. Reconnect with family or chosen family and nurture those bonds. So that's what comes into that sense of the people in my life. Like, all of you are people in my life. Like, I don't have family. I have one standing member of my adoptive family I acknowledge left. And I have my dad. I don't really talk to him. And I have my aunts. don't talk to them either. So I'm an orphan. I'm by myself. I mean, I'm in physicality, in terms of like actual family. But then I'm hoping to grow my spiritual family, my angelic family, my tribe. We're all finding each other and we're all sticking together. Honor rest. This is Jupiter telling you. Rest, comfort, the beauty of slowing down. This is hard for fire signs, and those of you who have fire signs in major placements, this is difficult because everything has been telling me to push, push, push. I'm an Aries, I'm going for it. And now it's like slow down, but like I can't stop because if I stop, where's the reward? There is none. Redefine abundance through gratitude and emotional fulfillment. And this is what I've been doing. I'm focusing on me, my contribution to humanity, my gratitude towards everybody, and what can I give back, but still emotionally be fulfilled. So doing all of those oracle readings and stuff, like I give myself no effort in doing it because it's what I'm supposed to be doing. It's my mission. I got a lot of clarity on asking upstairs, hey, what am I really supposed to be doing? Because it's not in the third dimensional sense helping me much in terms of living. And it's like, just keep going. Cool. Will do. My heart is my teacher. The more I nurture my inner world, the more everything around me flourishes. So are you taking the time to know what you really want inside your heart? And now is the time that we're being asked legitimately, with the upgrades, with the Schumann resonance, with the blackouts, with the paradigm shifting, with all these changes going on, I'm doing what I love and I'm not giving up on it. This is what I love. I love making artwork. I'm going to keep doing it. And I'm going to do it anyway because I don't commercialize my stuff. I make it for me to be happy. And if someone wants it, great. But I'm not, selling to Target. Hey, give this to the hotels to put up on their walls. Like, I'm not doing that. So here's an update. Tonight signals the start of a new era. From the moment on, every part of your life upgrades. Your mind sharpens, your heart heals, your energy amplifies, and your finances multiply. Again, I'm not worried about that. If it happens, great. If it doesn't, it's been the same way for a long time. Not worried about it. The past is releasing its grip, and waves of abundance are already moving in your direction. Abundance doesn't necessarily mean money. It means, what do you have abundance of? What is the thing that you want? And the things that I want is love and comfort and hugs from Freya. That makes me feel very abundant in life. All of you guys do as well. What is coming towards you now is bigger, brighter, and better than anything you imagined. 11, 111 to affirm. I don't like the affirmation stuff. But today's the portal. Couple more spots and then I'll put a second coat on. I really do need glasses. The portal is open. We welcome the 1111 portal, the gateway of divine remembrance. This is important. The energy on this day is incredibly potent, marking the ultimate portal of rebirth. Awakening the soul and returning to its truest essence and alignment with the one's higher purpose. Now let's take a pause for a second and look at what happened this morning. yesterday into this morning, we had a major blackout, a couple of hours worth of blackout. Was this the beginning of the rebirth? We've all been rebirthing. This is nothing new. But is this where the major shift happens? We got to look at, we've always been awakening. We've always been remembering. If you're cognizant enough to remember, most of us have the ability since we're kids, or the knowing of something that we knew, but we couldn't put our finger on it. Most people have been awakening their whole lives. This is nothing new. Remembering who you are is nothing new. It's a process. It's always been going on. These light codes, these X-flare class geomagnetic crap happening in the air, that's been happening for millennia. All in the millennia. So if we're looking at what's different about this time of now, is that more of us are in the awareness that there's something up. It might not look right, it might not smell right, but there is something up. It's time to see elements of our lives as they are. So like I'm coming to terms with, yeah, my 3D world is really fucked right now. But I'm not going to sit here and cry about it anymore. I'm just going to allow it to unfold as it will be. Not just as we perceive, hang on. It's time to see elements of our lives as they are, not just as we perceive them. This portal unlocks doors for deep manifestation coinciding with the sun sign of Scorpio. So that's the rebirth, Scorpio's rebirth. And the number 11, symbolizing transformation and alignment with divine purpose. As we deepen our understanding of our thoughts, patterns, and behaviors, we're guided to move forward fearlessly, leaving behind past burdens of fear, guilt, and shame. It's a chance to embrace love, passion, and happiness, turning away from negativity and marching forward with excitement. This energetic boost empowers us to manifest positive change and reconnect with our true selves. Key. Tap into the power of the 11 level portal to enhance transformation and realign with the person you aspire to be. Remembering to keep your thoughts positive as you manifest your dreams into reality. Portal affirmation. With a deep sense of focus and determination, I harness the power to conquer any goal I set my sights on. My confidence illuminates my path, guiding my choices and affirming my decisions. Anything is possible, and miracles await those who dare to believe. Oh, thank you, guys. Freya Girl says thank you. You know, I pondered this the other day that I've been reading these things for decades. I really have. There's proof on my Facebook. I'm always somebody who will read this and then like reflect back, well, how am I feeling right now? And be honest with yourselves. Changing your life is not just a snap of a finger, that it takes a lot of energy, time, and redefining and it's a stair step. And you're always changing, because when things don't work out this way, you got to pivot, and you can't just stop and doubt yourself. You got to go with your intuition. And a lot of our intuitions are being tested right now. Everything that's been happening in the last 2 months with all the character assassination, the continuance of people leaving and not getting two sides of the story and not knowing my heart intentions and will, Like those people are not meant to stay in my life. Those people are only there for a season. They were only there to get what they needed out of me energetically, or the teaching, the lesson, the possibility, the potentiality, and then bye, adios. I don't need you anymore. It's great. Because now what do I need to focus on? The people that matter to me, the people that I want to grow with. Who is my identity? When I ask people about that personal logo, what is your true self? Is it your profession? Because if I ask Cutie Pie Marine right here, Mr. Handsome, like what would your personal logo look like? He might have a component of his past in there because that is an identifying marker for him. And so have many other people that served our country, might add a bit of that honor and decorum to themselves. But as a whole, what are you? Are you by are you defining yourself by your profession, your hobbies? What is your lifestyle? What do you like to do? You have to ask yourself these questions because you're only going to find out truly who you are by looking at those modalities. And we're being asked right now, we were being asked, but now it's like game time decisions. Like, are you going to falsify yourself and lie to yourself in the mirror? Or are you going to really step into your empowerment and hold your power and take it back from whatever you left it and gave it to? We're really being asked to look at those things right now and really make decisions, because after these retrogrades, so we're in like a bunch of them, Jupiter, Mercury being two major ones. Mercury retrograde for some people is actually a good thing. We're revisiting things that no longer serve us and making sure they're by. We're also being asked to really look at how we are communicating our true selves, not just, the phone, the emails, and the stupid stuff that comes along with Mercury retrograde. We're really being asked, how are you defining yourself and how are you speaking that out into the world? And slowly make those changes, because that's not easy when you're in the minute talking to somebody. You're not thinking, oh, like, I shouldn't be saying that. Oh, now and your brain goes, shh. We don't want that. So here's another gateway, 1111 gateway message. If this message finds you, the universe is shifting you years ahead in life. Miracles are unfolding, especially for those with pure hearts. What you feel now is manifesting. You're entering a higher frequency with higher frequency realities. Expect big breakthroughs in your career. Your dreams are becoming reality. A lot of twin flame reunions are happening. Have you completed the needed personal growth and healing? It's time to achieve bigger goals together. Manifestation is real. That's my twin. One of many. But on the romantic side, that's my twin. Your twin, and I've said this earlier in many, many moons ago episodes, your twin is your mirror. It's you, your other aspect. So Marine has my masculine aspect in him. I am the feminine. And we're supposed to counteract and balance each other out, because I need to be in being alone and being super hyper independent as an Aries. I'm a I'm a very masculine rolled female. I'm more masculine than I am female. And what Marine brings to the table for me is to step that back because he's mirroring everything that I need in a man, masculinity wise. Um, it's nice when you get help in masculine ways. And the same thing for him, having the female take on the female roles that he doesn't have in his life is mirroring back. And we are both still trying to navigate that. But we're doing it way better now. Your twin is you, but you also have different dynamics in different types of twins. It's not just a one and done thing. Soulmate's the same. Freya, the cat, could be my soulmate. Any one of you could be my soulmate. Soulmates is just two people that are meant to be together, and it doesn't need to be romantically. Yes, you can marry your soulmate, and most of the time, your twin is your soulmate as well. Most people marry, or, people that have been divorced, marry their karmic. A karmic relationship is to learn from it, and it's to grow from. And it's very traumatic with a lot of like lessons and learnings. And if you acknowledge it at first, then you kind of can steer the relationship away from bashing heads or just being disappointed. But they're there to help you in the process of growth. It's not meant to punish you. And if you weren't in the cognizance of that relationship and like why you got divorced or why things didn't work out, then yeah, you can have a ton of soulmates. And I believe most of you are my soulmate. You're a part of my tribe. So what I mean by that is like when I'm with Source, all of you and myself are in the same place in the pool of gold. So you're in that section of the pool that I'm in. That's your soul tribe. Those are people that you are going to interact with in your life, that we planned all of this together. We did. We all planned this all out. And we're all sticking in the same pool. And we all have purposes and things to do together. That's how you are connected. When it comes to these when these affirmations and these things are talking about manifesting fast, sure, optically on the quantum scale, if you are on a higher frequency and we just had that blackout and now you're on a different timeline and now you're frequenting higher, you're getting over your exhaustion, you're going through the ascension symptoms, which is fever, flu, colds, coughing. I've been doing that for weeks. Your body feels like shit. I know my body is super sore from like literally heaving ice, and I know Marine's body is hurting him too. We're upgrading cellularly. Our mitochondria DNA is upgrading. Is that something you could see on a 3D physical material microscope? You can't. How do you prove that? You just have to believe and have faith that you are upgrading. The dead aren't really, I mean, like my cousin, my favorite second cousin in the world, who my mother was super close with and took care of as a kid, passed away in physical terms like not that long ago. And I was so upset because everything else going on in my life like fucking collapsed really quick in my face, threw up at me. Then I was getting a character assassination and people were gossiping horrible shit about me. Horrible things were said about me in my name. And I just had to take the high road because now I just found out my favorite person I can no longer call. But you know what? Like he just transcended his energy. He's up there and he comes and visits here. When he's back to his best in healing, he will be here and navigating with me. But we're one. So everything has and serves a purpose. If you do, you know, like I had to detach my emotional states because I was really upset and angry, as humans are. When shit gets misconstrued, there's miscommunication, there's no back and forth banter, calling, you know, whatever side you take is what you take. But I don't have any ill words for anybody. That's your choice. If you want to speak ill of me, have fun. Do you think that's really going to destroy my life and make me cry? No, it isn't. But we should not be talking ill of the people that have passed. Um, they know a different perspective now. They see things that they did wrong or that were not moral or that affected people. And now they see what they did. And sometimes a lot of these things come unconscious to people. A lot of behavioral issues are subconscious. They come out in the conscious, and some people are not even aware of their behavior, for they know not. So if we just took the Jesus approach to everything, for they know not, and let's enlighten people, the world would be a lot safer and a lot peacefuler if we took those approaches. But, we're still not there yet. Another part of the 1111, I love how this falls out on 1111. The portal marks a moment of divine alignment, a gateway where your thoughts and intentions vibrate higher than usual. It's a day to pause, realign, and consciously choose your next chapter. Set one clear intention, something your soul truly desires. So I will do this with you guys. I want you to really think about a clear intention. Something your soul truly desires, not your personality, not your ego. What is your soul? Your spirit? What does it want? And that's going to take time for you to figure that out because your personality and your ego gets in the way. Like, sure, you know what I would really like with my will of intention is that me and Maureen get married and have a beautiful life together. Is that a potentiality, a possibility? Absolutely, but I don't want to rush anything. I don't think he does either. Um, but that's the life that I would love to have. Um, But what do I truly desire is to ascend, to help others, to teach, shift, and help others understand. That's where my soul is. Where is your soul? Like doing this is my soul's alignment. That's my will of intention, is to keep continuing creating, reading books, and helping people understand where they're at. And there's no right or wrong to that. There's no levels to that in terms of in superiority to inferiority. No one's above another. We're all at different levels of finance, success, what we deem these things are, to ascension, to spirituality, to different modalities of things, but everybody has something that they excel in. Everybody. I know a bunch of you can garden like crazy, and I kill half the things that I put in the ground. You know. And it's crazy. A few years ago, a friend of mine that served in Desert Storm, um, was watching a bunch of children talking about reincarnation, about the stories of their past lives, because the kids remembered, like, oh yeah, I was out in the desert and I got killed. And they like, the mediums and people that were helping them out, like narrowed down some possibilities, and like it brought people to tears. There's a lot of people already reincarnated or carnated again in this paradigm from not that long ago. A lot of 9/11 souls. And that doesn't mean, hi, Buckshot. That doesn't mean that that transcendent soul is not transcended and completely gone. So if you have a family member that's passed over, that's in heaven on sixth density, what do you mean they're reincarnated? That means I can't talk to them? Not. That's a fractal of their soul. Remember, fractals. You are a fractal of source in everything in this world. But it's the amount of fractals. There's a mathematical equation that goes into these fractals. So you're not equating to the blade of grass. You might be 0.00000000002% of that grass. So are you going to actually equate to the grass? No, because that little subatomic particle is that fractal that you are of the grass. Does that make sense? To where the archangels that are working with me are like 8.2 percentage of the fractals that run through me as Allison. Where, God is like the 0.1, and I have that pie chart I always show. All those things make you up. So just because something already came back, that's just a part of their soul essence that came back for more experience. That doesn't mean that you can't contact them still on the other side. Now, why, this is spirit now coming through me, why, when a medium will talk to Michael Jackson or Diana, the princess, and other past supposed, they're talking to fractals of their essence, because we're already on the other side. We're already in sixth density. We're in heaven already. So you have to ask, are those essences really just farcing their physical death, or is there something more to that? It's a good question. Because if we are all fractaled, then parts of us are already over there. So if a medium's talking to my higher self and it's in heaven, like metaphorically in another parallel dimensional space, I'm already dead. I know. These are the things that go through Allison's brain, and it's a little crazy. So whatever your intentions are on a soul level, not your personality, not your ego, write it down as if it already is yours. Well, it is, because we're now merging onto the timeline that these things are going to happen, whatever it is you're trying to obtain in life. You see, Alison, we're on the same wavelength. We're on the same wavelength of thinking. I'm serious though. A lot of people don't quite comprehend that when just because that aspect of that person has transcended to heaven, and they, the little kids are talking about reincarnated spirits, and like, I'm one of those guys in the Vietnam, then the family that hears it, that was like, oh, that was my uncle. Oh, but now I can't go to a medium to talk to that aspect of my uncle, but you can, because your uncle is in multiple places. They're omnipotent, omnipresent, just like source. We so much limit ourselves in thinking down here. It boggles my mind. And I think we're going to cross a little bit more so in the next few years, a lot more children coming in with fresher energy that has already lived and gone and meet back with you. You know, when they said that the people from 2015 are going to come back, that doesn't necessarily mean what it means. That just means that the energy is coming back in fractal form through others, through new vehicles of expression, upgraded, of course. So if my mom from 2000, my dad from 2005, my mom from 2017 decides that they're going to come back via an incarnation with an animal or with another human being, I'm going to recognize them without a doubt. We also have to take into account that there are walk-ins to physical vehicles. Many of us are already walk-ins. But walking in the sense that our higher self took over our lower density vehicle. I'm going to let this frame dry. It's a little Thor, cute as can be. The violet flame ray. Yes, indeed. Visualize it coming to life. Feel it, breathe it, believe it. Release doubts. The universe mirrors your energy, not your fear. Well, I'm gonna continue doing what I'm doing, regardless if I don't fear shit in terms of being able to do this. I'm gonna find a way and a will. I am in perfect alignment with what's meant for me. Claim it. I he's been so vocal and I feel he's been sitting. I feel so bad. So I would have taken him inside like the other day. And I know I probably get criticized for it, but little Thor, I have seen ticks on little Thor recently. He will not let me touch him. Like, let's just get that very clear. Like, even like he let me pet him in like last year and a couple of times, but like he's so skittish. The other day I came to shovel the stairs because I had like about 10 inches of snow on my upper deck. I had to take the shovel and like get all that snow off the deck and the stairs for him to even get upstairs. And when I came downstairs where I took those pictures of him in the little cat castle that I have for him, he like literally jumped out and like ran half the way. And I'm like, whoa, 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 little Thor, it's okay. I'm just clearing a path. I'm gonna be gone. You can come back in. Go get warm. Um, he still will not let me go near him. And the other day he wants to come in, but him and Freya are like the best couple ever, but I also don't need her getting anything else. We're just about done with the fleas. I've been ozoning, I've been boraxing my house and cleaning everything like constantly. So I'm hoping that I don't see anything else on her. Today, I didn't see shit on her, but that doesn't mean the next couple of days she sits somewhere else and here they are again. And I don't want little Thor to get them or to give her something new. Reason why he's not in the house. Otherwise, I would have taken put her in her room and let him have some warmth. But he likes to leave. He doesn't like to stay. So fun times with that. So what else is new on our portal? Anything else? I was fun seeing storm chasers in my area. I was yelling in one of their chats. I was like, you can come down the block and I can get you coffee. That snowstorm was insane. I've had more in New York, but for a 24-hour period, and then the sun was out and I just shoveled for 6 hours and then another like 4 inches came. Pisses me off. But it is what it is. The roads look to seem to be clear today. So I should be able to get to work safely tomorrow. I don't see anything else in terms of what I saved for myself to read to you guys. So yeah, it's a little bit of a nana nut. Nanners. But the energy is really shifting. I know for a lot of us the dreams are getting not necessarily for myself personally, but I know I have a few people that reached out to me that their dreams are wonky. I know that a lot of people are having vivid dreams as of recent, more so repetitively. If you can remember, as soon as you wake up, write it down or just like talk it into your phone, text it to yourself, however you do your messages. And it's important to know if there's a theme or what you're doing. Every time that I have vivid dreams, I know I'm not in this body. I'm in my light body. I'm traveling. I'm working on the grid. I'm doing things. That's my vivid dreams. Me and my other selves. Sometimes vivid dreams are going back and recapitulating the past, going at it with a different lens. It depends on what you're dreaming, and it's if you can remember, I'm not remembering mine, but I know I am dreaming. Write it down if you can remember. Or if there's something that pops out as soon as you wake up, write it down. I think it's very important. Wow, where Marine lives, it got a foot of snow. Oh, 12.3. Marine. You got a lot of snow. The area to the east of me got 12 inches. I most likely got 12 inches. Um, yeah, that's a lot of snow. And it's cold and wet. Not fun. But it shall be hopefully halfly dispersed by Thursday because we're getting a heat wave over here. I have another retrograde thing to read to you guys. Almost dry. Jupiter retrograde opens a magnetic season where the universe multiplies abundance for those willing to expand, self-reflect, and evolve. This energy heightens prosperity, manifestation, and divine timing, aligning blessings with your emotional growth and spiritual evolution. Jupiter, the planet of good fortune and higher understanding, amplifies everything connected to learning, alignment, and truth. Each time you elevate your mindset, choose awareness, or release what limits your energy, the universe responds with blessings, opportunities, and accelerated progress and success. Prosperity flows with ease when your choices come from gratitude, faith, and emotional strength. Jupiter turns reflection into movement, transforming lessons into blessings and growth into effortless magnetism. Abundance responds to your vibration, moving in harmony with your readiness and trust. Every act of awareness deepens your ability to manifest with accuracy. This retrograde reveals the inner alignment, becomings, outer prosperity, divinely guiding miracles, and expansion towards your path. Yeah, there's still lake effect snow happening in Ohio, Pennsylvania, and New York. I'm going to save this too. Um, so when we see people saying portals, it's not really a portal, it's an energy you could tap into, it's a wavelength. Today, you can access higher divine guidance, expanded consciousness, and incredible frequency, love, and healing. Master number 11 brings supernatural abilities, increased sensitivity, as well as empathy and natural intelligence. The number 11 is a sign of enormous power, both mental and physical. Now, if you stepped out of your ego and your personality and say, is what you want for yourself or for humanity or for both? When we look at power, how are you investing your power? Is it to please others or to do for yourself? Is it a service to others or a service to self? And you have to weigh that balance because you need to take care of yourself in order to take care of others, for sure. But it's how you use your power and how you extend it to others that matters. I need a pencil. This is my pencil bag. We'll see if this works. I don't know. So how is everybody's energy levels feeling? I know Scott was saying he was wonky. How are you guys feeling? I'm exhausted. Buckshot's tired. I've been grounding in weird ways lately. Trying to draw on your lap is not advised, by the way. I'm trying to do a flag waving. I don't know if this is gonna buy. I don't know if this is buying it. Guess it's how I shade, huh? I guess so. Don't look like a flag, but it'll get there. Yeah, last week, the day before I left, that Friday, when I was outside in the middle of the field playing with the kids, like I needed that so bad. It was wonderful. Note to self, don't put the candle so close to your paintbrushes. It doesn't, it's not as close as I would like it, but you know. Um, I know when I was doing the oracle reading for everybody that's channel member, a lot of what the the cards in spirit were really delivering was that a lot of change is happening throughout our paradigms. A lot of change. Are you going through a change right now in your life? Are you looking at what needs to change in your life? And there are, you know, for me, what is Allison needs to change? Well, my relation, how I function in my relationships with others. That's been on deck to be explored. Right? What is the lessons that I need to take away from what just happened? Um, am I standing in my empowerment at my job? Like, where are you being influenced to make some changes in your life? Are you seeing things in a detached way and then applying emotional states to it? Are you looking at what's going on in the world as polarizing, or you're still going with that, I'm going to carry that carrot and run with it down the hole? Is your carrot dangling and you're chasing it? What changes have you been making in your everyday life? Are you tuning things out? I think it's important for us to explore those things. And see where they truly lie in your life. We have a little bit of a flag going on. Yeah, my popcorn got moldy too. But I don't know, Indiana really, these people really love popcorn. Never in my life. I'd never understood it. I guess it's corn state. We grow corn. I get it. But they're very big on popcorn. I'm not necessarily not a fan of popcorn, but not like that. Honestly, everything with the school like functions and fundraisers and shit, it's all about the popcorn. I don't understand it. If someone that is from Indiana can tell me why, besides the obvious, I would love to know why Indiana is obsessed with popcorn. Would love to know, besides having cornfields everywhere. Um, is it our national snack? I don't know. I thought Takis might be, because that's all the kids eat is Takis. I don't even know what a Taki is, but you know, but the changes that we're implementing in our lives are in different facets in our lives. It's the way we're viewing the world. And I know that a lot more people are waking up to the polarities. What is serving us at this point? If we are all at different junctures of thinking, especially the political thinking, there is no right or wrong at this point, because there are things that are happening that are not helping humanity. And that JG Wentworth $2,000 check, I thought Doge was supposed to give us money. Like whatever, like the things that are being told and projected are not happening. So where did all the Doge money go? Or was that just a fly on the wall and we're forgetting about that JG Wentworth moment? I want my money. And it's not even to be wasted. It's to pay my property tax, right? It's to pay my bills. It's to feed myself. That my school was giving away buddy bags like to the adults. Like that's how bad things are getting. And I'm not saying that things don't need to collapse, because they absolutely do. Hi, Dragonfire. Hi. Why are you why is your name insulting to yourself? Car? Hi, my name is Allison, AllyKat. I make crafts and I sit here and talk spiritual stuff and whatever spirit brings through me as channeled. Today is the Veterans Edition. So we are doing the state of Indiana, which I live. It's wood with blue now on the back. And I'm making a flag and a frame that my Marine, this handsome devil over here, is going to be in the frame. Well, Spirit brought you here for a reason. Spirit brought you in for a reason. There's always a reason and a destination for people to land. And I'm glad you landed here. Here's my thing. My JG Wentworth has a point, though. I needed some help like ages ago, and I just keep getting, sorry, you don't qualify, or sorry, no, and no, 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 no. I'm too fast and you're too slow. Fuck you, taxpayer, right? Like, I'm working a full-time job that doesn't pay me that much. I live in a state that loves popcorn, but doesn't do much by its people. And yeah, we do need a lot of overhaul, a lot of overhaul. I get it. There's a lot of things that need to be collapsed. I get it. But I thought everything was supposed to be handled by now and that things were already in place. But then when we see that things aren't in place or the timeline we're jumping to quantumly still is fucking us in the ass, well, then we're not all unifyingly together yet. You know, I like the YouTube name. So yeah, so you know, Veterans Day. This was given to me by someone that was in Operation Desert Storm, I think, or Operation Freedom, one or the other. Sorry to the Marine that gave that to me. I don't speak his name. I got my brass. And then one of our friends, James Bone, gave me, I still have to get my temperature in my house proper because I'm going to make more of the business card or the phone holder. People are using it as phone holders. Brass. It's up to you. But I do thank everybody for their service who is ever watching. I appreciate all of you. Energetically, this is a period of change. And it's not to say that you haven't had monumental change already happening. You're just being initiated. Um, you're being initiated. And it's how you're responding to the change that determines the next course of divine catalysts that are going to come into your pathways. I know that some of us feel like we're looping. I don't know if we're individually looping or the collective consciousness is looping. That's been something that's been popping up in my brain when I'm reading quantum articles and stuff. Are we really looping, or is it the illusion that we're looping quantumly? Yeah, interesting. I think right now what I'm postulating as I'm really getting deeper into the science of things, the metaphysical things, and the way we are in quantum entangled to certain things as a collective. Many of us that are already on the 4 to 5D scale of thinking, the consciousness that we're all exuding is not caught up to the physicality of us. So as much as we want the bigger and better and want things to start smoothing out and playing out, like they are playing out, but it's not in the way others are dictating it to us. And a lot of the things that people are dictating to us is their perspective. And when we say no to a perspective, it's not to say no, but a lot of people are starting not to align with the other people's perspectives that are programming you, and you're tuning into that program and only allowing certain voices to dictate to you your reality. People are now starting to get away from that and start really going inside and saying, okay, what actually aligns with me? A lot of people are getting out of the hate, shame, and blame paradigm where they're like, okay, so all these drops and all these things that people are projecting, is it just spewing more hate into the world? Is that why we're not moving on up and moving forward as a collective? Because people are not, we're so polarized right now. There's a negative polarity and a positive polarity. We're in duality, separation, limitation. When you get out of that 3D thinking and you move to 4D thinking, you're like, okay, so yes, good and evil does exist. Yes, there's negative and positive, but I shape my reality. So why should I include those polarizing things into my life and really see what actually serves my life? You know what doesn't serve me anymore? Is hate, is divisiveness, is people who are going to blame a whole faction of people for something that it's just like going back to the stereotypes of old. I was not a slave owner, and we were all enslaved to some extent. So pointing fingers and shaming and blaming, it all had to happen and serves a purpose. All of it. Everything serves a purpose. It's to, what do you prefer over what you don't prefer? So your political alignment with one thing over the other, that's your preference. That's your experience. Most of us, I know for myself, I'm really neutral in the middle because yeah, sure, I could swing either way. I have my whole life. I lived in a house where my mom was a Democrat, my dad was a Republican. I was always neutral because my dad brought up really good points and so did my mom. I'm like, why do we have to hate each other? It's the same bird, different wings. Same fucked up system. It's just a perpetual shit loop that needs to end. And to say that it's one person on a white horse coming down to save you is not, that's not. Mm-mm. And to put other people on a scale that you're idolizing is also not okay. You're just as important in God's plan than anybody else. Your role may be different, but your unique harmonic expression of your vibration is what helps the collective get on board. And ascension is not a destination. It's a state of mind. It's a state of consciousness. It's a wavelength. It's a frequency. It's a resonance. And if you don't have your own thoughts because you're allowing other people to dictate them to you, that's also a problem. It's one thing to not be in an awareness and then do self-exploration and read and I told you guys the last show about Mayim Bialik, Dr. Mayim Bialik. She was Amy on The Big Bang Theory. She has a podcast. Not a fan of her, but I'm a fan of who she puts on. Thanks to a lovely person at my job that gave me a gift card to Amazon. I ordered The Case Against Reality, How Evolution Hid the Truth from Our Eyes by Donald D. Hoffman. He's an MIT professor. I think he's also a doctor. Read this book carefully and you will forever change your understanding of reality. Thank you. So I'm still trudging through Federico Faggine's Irreducible. That book is I'm going into the computer AI aspect of like machines and how they can't be sentient because we're the ones programming it, and God has to give you the light spark in order for it to have consciousness and the God spark within it. Like, so how we're all created, mama and dada have the do the deed, and then when that sperm hits the egg, there is illumination. There is your spark. They have it in imagery on an MRI. Don't ask me how many times someone had to bang in an MRI machine to get that image. But that image has been caught. And I don't think it's AI generated either. So can machines be sentient? No, because here's the physicist view of that. We as a human being feel our experiences, we feel our emotions, we have a depth that a computer, a program, an AI cannot have. What AI has is linguistics. It has a component of information that it reaches and branches out through all the cosmos in the universe, that whoever puts in information into a computer, it's pulling. That's not sentience. Yes, that's right. Reperception. How are you? Welcome. Um, and Federico's Faggine's, he made the mini processor. Sure, computers have crystals in them, and sure, there is electricity and conductivity within that system. But if we're looking at, can a computer actually feel? It can mimic what something programs it to feel. Like, oh, when someone says this, you're gonna cry, and the computer gets sad, and ha boo boo. But is that really a feeling it feels? Like, feels with the heart space? Does a computer have intuition? Does a computer AI robot have a gut instinct? A motherly instinct, a fatherly instinct? These are things that we need to really investigate, because a lot of people are going, oh, well, AI is being controlled by the aliens and the AI and this Atlas thing. I don't even pay attention to that nonsense. To me, it's nonsense. No offense to anybody that actually puts that into their mind and makes it rent space in there. I don't care if it's a comet. I could care less. They've been here. They are here. They've always been here. So what do we need to figure out? That you already don't know. Be honest with yourselves. We are aliens as well. What? We're a species. So a thing is whizzing through space. Is that a real space? What space? Is it in the firmament, in the hologram, in the simulation? Is it out of the simulation, out of the hologram? Is there water outside the firmament? Is there as above, so below? Where is below and where is above? It's all perception. It's however you view your reality. Some people subscribe to the flat earth, other people do nos confunded and the lands beyond. Half of us feel that there's a firmament, it's a holographic projection, we're in the Truman Show, and serious, the light bulb is going to fall down. However you want to see a reality is not right or wrong, because I believe in the multiverse and the multi expansiveness of that. So the many worlds interpretation will tell you that there's many versions of yourself already living. So in a spiritual sense, every time we talk about a time dilation and a jump in those Schumann resonance, we're merging another self with our own self. Deja vu is only you catching onto a timeline that already exists. You already lived it in another parallel life. Now you're merging with that parallel life and you feel like you've been there already, because you already lived it. And then you go onto that timeline and you get different catalysts and different expressions of things that happen to you for soul growth. You no longer needed, let's just put it in the political sense, we don't need the EBS anymore. That was a thing 7 years ago. Oh my God, the EBS is gonna go off. Oh my God, hide your food. I'm happy for preppers, because you're gonna need shit anyway once in a while. But like, let's be honest. Do you have faith in yourself? When the things I read earlier about Jupiter retrograde and the abundance and how we manifesting quickly, what these people need to really put into consideration is that each and every one of us still has a soul contract. You cannot bypass it. Yeah, sure. There's things that were on lower wavelengths of your contract that no longer serve you that are exiting regardless. So I didn't need to learn how to do transmutation of pain because I've been doing it my whole life. I don't no longer need that catalyst, whatever was going to come up, because I've experienced it differently and I learned from it. Okay, that drops off your contract. The vows of poverty and other selves that have lived those paradigms, you don't need that in this consciousness, so that also falls off. But you can't bypass your contract. So as much as Jupiter will say, well, all this stuff is going to collapse in the wave function, manifest. Sure, if you put your will of intention and do the cause and effect of work and action into motion, sure, you'll get a result. Is it going to be the highest and best? Maybe, maybe not. Do you have lessons you need to learn still in that genre of where you want your abundance? Not easy to calculate these things. Well, welcome to all the new friends, the 8 that are watching, possibly more. YouTube has a habit of giving me the illusion, and then last Friday Night Live, I've hit like an all-time high for me. It was like over 200 views. I don't get that. For me, that's like big. I'm very grateful for those who are checking me out. I'm very thankful and grateful for all of you. You know, and I backed away also at listening to some spiritual people that keep feeding you the same bullshit. The same, and to me, it's not misinformation, it's how you discern your information. Awesome, bee lady, have fun. Trust me, if I if I didn't shovel, I wouldn't be on right now. It's all about digging that car out. It's too small. I could go with an angled brush, I guess. Chicken! Buck buck! Chicken, chicken, chicken. Sorry, I don't want to give anybody heart attacks, but when my camera gets too close to my face, this is chicken. Charlene made chicken. Chicken buck buck. We have chicken emojis for those who are channel members. They get to use chicken. I painted this, by the way. And then we have Batty. I'm still working on those emojis, by the way. Like, I want Batty in a cute. And then I got Pinky the Flamingo. Pinky's somewhere. He's hiding. This is Pinky the Flamingo. By the way, yes, I am old, but I work with children. I work with pre-K age 3 to 5-year-olds. So I'm a big kid at heart for our new friends. We're getting to the flag status. I don't know if I'm gonna finish today, but we got a flag started on our Indiana sign. And if you have a state that has these beautiful cutouts of your state and you would like me to paint on it, you let me know. Unless it's New York, because I bet you it's not going to have all 5 boroughs. Staten Island will be cut off because we're that forgotten borough. I had someone in because I had to tag my town here in Indiana about how the street department decides to plow a whole street worth of snow onto my property. And someone's like, well, at least you got plowed. I'm like, bro, I'm from New York and we never got plowed. I was side street unfortunate. And I know all about it, but you know what the DSNY did not do? They did not put snow. Obviously, yes, when the plow comes up, it's going to plow into your driveways. That's obvious. But when you're going down the whole street and pushing it onto your property, that's a whole different story. That's what happened. It's not from the street going up and coming back and forth, getting snow on your property. No, this was like somebody dumping a whole load onto my property. I'm still very pissed off about that, as anybody would be. Because do you think they're going to come back and like move it? Nope. Do you think they're going to get anybody to come and shovel that out? Nope. They're not. I'm just happy that we're going to go into the 50s by the weekend and shit should be gone. But I know about being all side street unfortunate. And just like Marine, I would love to have a little bobcat to just lift the snow up myself. They do last forever. And with the snow mounds comes 1,000 pounds of leaves, because we have just seen the peak of fall foliage, and the trees are just now dying. So the week, like during the week, I went out to leaf blow my front lawn. I can't tell you how many pounds of leaves I raked. And now the snow is sitting right on top of all of it, and they're not going to be removed. Devastated. Just more shit to clog up the road. You know, in the middle of the woods, Indiana, you could burn all that shit, no one will talk about it. Here, where I am, you burn shit, it's a question. And I'm hoping, if Marine is still listening to me, Sunday, I can go shooting at the outdoor range. Someone's calling me from West Virginia. I get spam calls all day and all night. I don't know about you guys. But how is everybody's shadow work going? You're still going to need to do shadow work. For me, it's press 1 for the underwriting department, because everybody wants to scam me loans. Because your poor girl here is poor, underfunded, and I had to put some applications in a few over the summer and a few months ago to try to get myself out of the nightmare that I'm living. And then all the spam call comes and, oh, I'm always painting. So I do paint and sip. So this is Gobble Gobbles. This is Mr. Turkey. I'm always painting, but we're crafting because I'm doing it on wood and we're making signage. Hang on. I am so sore. Shit. Well, let's just say my second cousin died 2 weeks ago, and I never got the call from his brother, which is my other cousin, to tell me that he passed away because in my voicemails was like 18 for underwriting, call one, press one, for this, press two, for that. This is Sally, blah, 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 from this, blah, blah, blah. And like way in the middle is like, hey, Allison, I need you to call me like ASAP. Like, I need you to call me. And I never got them. I didn't even see them in my call logs. It wasn't until I had to clear my voicemail that I even heard my cousin. I'm like, fuck. Um, which is shit. But I mean, my cousin, Norway. Ooh, I like Norway. I have some in past lives, well, other selves in Norway. Um, very, very Scandinavian. I am, at least. This is for the kiddos on Halloween. That's a ode to Batty. This is lungs as feathers. This is duality, black and white, integrating into neutral. Um, I did this one after a gong bath and just channeling my subconscious. So this came out, those are feathers. I did this. I'm impressed with my own self still to this day that I even did this. Because I do oil painting. I took a trip to the Indiana Dunes with Marine, and I'm not the best with water. This is also subconscious. Obviously, I have some native guides that are peeping through my paintings. This is a phoenix rising, celestial phoenix. Unfortunately, I have some of my paintings and the drawings that I have done. Those are in the mail. Will be in the mail. I'm hoping to get to the post office or UPS store tomorrow. Otherwise, I would show the live one. So I do, I make all, see, all behind me is pyramids, those organite things that everybody buys. I make those. I actually, right up there, right above this little picture, is my art degree. I'm Gothic. Very, very Gothic in a matured, all midlife way. My house was cold this morning, so I put on a sweater. Yep, they left a voicemail. And now like doing people for people, and now my phone number is accessible. I'm like, I need another number for those things, and I can't afford that. I still can't afford a new phone. My phone is still on its last leg. That's another issue. I don't got $2,000 to buy a phone. And why would you buy it? Yeah, because a good phone that will last you a few years plus taxes and state crap, it costs that much. And I'm an Android person, not an iPhone person, but that might change because everything else I have is Mac. Spirit, they're here. I mean, you can deny that too, because I know some people do. But we can still expand our consciousness. My phone is a Galaxy, but it's an early version of it. Um, I have to get, I don't know. I have to figure life out, honestly. I had to sell silver. I didn't want to have to sell. Um, I'm going through my mother's vinyl that she had collected. I have to see if Maureen can help me get it up and sell it. Like I have to clear out again everything in my life. Hi, Donna. No, no, no waiting another year. Time and isn't time and all these numbers are an illusion anyway. It's bound by 3D laws of nature. I mean, sure, we can access the planetary alignments that come with the 1111 portal and use them. Of course, we could do that. I gotta put in some grays and whites and darker reds. We're getting there. I know this doesn't look like much and it looks like shit, but I'll get it to a good place, I promise. I'm no Scott Lebedo, by the way. He does his he does his flag work amazing. No complaints. Have a good dinner. Hope it's good. What did I have? I had a snack earlier. Has anybody else not been hungry? I'm in Northwest Indiana, if that's what you're asking. I'm in the United States. Originally from Staten Island, New York. Originally. But I was born down south in Albany, Georgia. I'm the fractal of Archangel Hallel and Gabriel. I lived on a Stargate, and I have actual proof of that. I'm in divine awareness. I'm also a part of, and it's not an ego thing. I don't want anybody coming from that. And I know Miss Donna isn't either. Because you have to claim what you are in fractal form, and a lot of us are still not accepting that you're angels. A lot of you are earth angels or part of the Archangel Collective or a part of other collectives. Own it, because we love you. I love you. I got blue paint on this. Poopy. Well, Archangel Hallel is Lucifer in third dimensional form. We are both in duality. Some of us are more so than others. I carry both vibrations of negative and positive polarity within me, so I can infiltrate the darkness in order to transmute the pain and suffering into light. And what do you mean not a fractal? Do you believe Yeshua was only Yeshua in embodiment, or I don't want to. We all have come from the highest. What? All of us was originated at source. Archangels are not on the highest end. Absolutely not. They're on the actual lower end with angels. They're probably seventh, eighth dimension. Depends how you. Once again, though, it's how you perceive your reality and how you collectively channel your information. Yeshua embodiment was whatever it was. I don't argue Yeshua. Because I don't come from the Christendom. But we're all allowed to have our own perceptions and depictions of how our reality is perceived, felt, and experienced. Claiming what you are, and not being an inferior or superiority is the best route. Because there's people probably here that is not in spiritual ranking knowledge yet that are probably higher than me that are in this chat. I just happen to have the remembering and the acknowledgement of what I am at certain levels. But we all came from source, because source is all that is. Subatomic particles in the quantum field, and even that is just our own awareness. That is probably much more than what we even think or can conceive in this vehicle. I should do inside the frame too. I'd hope so. That's awesome. You can remember that, but is that from his story or from above? And I'm just here to challenge you, not to deny what you already know for yourself. On a quantum scale, though, individuated, we are all one. So you're playing just aspects of those things. Because I am you, you are me, individuated. On a bigger scale, we're all one. Do you have a channel, Miss Lovey, Donna? I'd hope all of us know the way in the home. It's built within our DNA and our structure. But what is the definition of home? That one truly has to come to their own agreement with what home is to them. Because once again, everybody perceives their universe and their reality different. They feel it, express it, and perceive it differently. And it's not to negate what you're saying. Okay, Miss Allison does not use tape for lines. I like natural shit. So I do the best that I can. That might kill some people that have OCD. Oh my God, that line isn't straight. Oh well. Interesting. Well, I'm glad that you're here. We're getting there. I just got bombarded with messages. Sorry, guys. I did an oracle reading for somebody and they don't do Zoom. So I sent them a lot of pictures and she's like, well, I'm only having my phone. So I'm like, I could do messenger calls and I don't have an iPhone. So I can't like real FaceTime people. So yeah, sorry about that. was like, who is messaging me? There's like a ton of messages. Because that took like 4 hours to like pull all the cards and then like take pictures of everything. But I do that if there's anybody that wants oracle card readings, private ones for you and just your energy. I could do that. And if you don't Zoom, I will find a way. But life has been very crazily hectic as of late with feet of snow and clearing that out and then getting to all the other things I do. Bananas. Because Saturday I have a vending event that I will be doing from 10 to 4. And then I will be with Marine trying to celebrate Veterans Day with him and just celebrating him. So this weekend's going to be a little bit crazy. All for good purpose and meaning, though. So everything I was supposed to get done did not get done. And then I'm being bombarded with the other startup job that I'm trying to get myself into to make income. I'm not I'm all when it comes so car when it comes to okay, my chat's all messed up now. Have a good one, Donna. It's about the quality of the people, not the quantity. So it doesn't upset me necessarily that, you know, my channel's very small. It is growing slowly. But at least for me, it's organically growing. I'm not really using other people to get my work out there, or, you know, not everybody's into the niches that I'm in. Like, I love art. I know a lot of people like watching people make art. They find it relaxing, like Bob Ross, and then talk spiritual. I'm also here as an inspiration and a motivation for people to get creative about life. What are your hobbies? What do you like to do? What makes you meditate? Like, this to me is meditative. I'm making a craft for hopefully my future life partner. If you heard that, Marine, wink, wink, nod, nod. Hi, Arnie. What's up, Arnie? Arnie, did you feel the blackout the other day? I'm not feeling like so meditation comes in so many forms. It's not literally sitting there. Like, it can be. I do that. I go into trance, meaning like I kind of sort of leave my body, but everybody meditates differently, and there's no real definition of what calms you down and puts you in a state of like, huh. So for me, when I'm painting and drawing and really get lost into it, I'm meditating. When I'm taking a walk in the woods, I'm meditating. When you're washing your dishes, you could be meditating. What is it like bringing you to a state of calm and ease? Mm-hmm. See, I know one of my soul fragments, and that little fragment of the Anunnaki, I am not acknowledging. Uh, because I am healing that in this life. I don't have anything against the Anunnaki, but everybody obsesses over it, and I tend not to go that route. The same with the Pleiadians. There's so many other species out there that are here that are never acknowledged, those poor things, and they're probably helping us out more than the divisiveness going on upstairs is who's doing what? As Daniel Scranton channels, and we hear Thymus and the creators, and we're all one at the end of the day. So does it really matter at the end what faction you're from? Not really. It's just a tool for you to remember who you are in essence. I'm missing two stripes, but whatever. Hi, Kathy. So in honor for Veterans Day, I'm making this frame. This is not going to be in there. I just have to reprint and maybe fix my printer a little bit to get my little handsome Marine in there with some other little pictures. I'm going to see if I could crop in us. Ivy! Oh boy. Hi, Ivy. What's up, Ivy? How are you? It's a sad flag, but we're going to get there. We're going to get there. But today is Veterans Day. It's the 1111 portal. Once again, old tools to help you go within. And then going within is also, this is a sign for God in sign language. So, yeah. Very blood orange sour. Interesting. What? I like Midori sours if we're going alcoholic beverages. I like bitch drinks. Just imagine they made that into an alcohol. Blueberry blood orange sour. Um, are you mixing them? Like the 7-Eleven by me only has like cherry or Coke. Like it doesn't have the various different Kona Ice does have a blueberry and a blood orange sour mix. Yes, I'm all about the world too. I was talking to my friend from Brooklyn, Arnie, and she asked me, so like, do you think we're gonna get your snowstorm? And I'm like, no, I think upstate New York will. And she goes, holy crap. Where Marine lives, he got 12.3 inches, and I probably got around 12. Um, they just updated the snow drops because I'm like looking outside. I'm like, I shoveled over 2 feet of snow before. Like this was a lot of snow within a day. Um, I know what I shoveled. It took me 6 hours to get my snowplow to to my driveway, and then I had to get my driveway, and I don't use my driveway, but in order for my, because I'm on it, like my property's hilly, so I have to like get my a path to get up to go onto the street to get to where I can get my car and the rest of my house done. Yes, happy Veterans Day, and not just to the United States Army, Marine Corps, Navy, Air Force, Space Force, National Guard, all of that stuff. Uh, thank you all. But everywhere in every country, thank you all to the military, whether you're our ally or not. Uh, some countries you have no choice but to serve, and you might not even be a politically aligned with what you're serving, but it's the fact that you are putting yourself on the line that matters. So thank you so much. Um, this is my handsome man, and this is a very young version of him, but he's really adorable there. Uh, he's a Purple Heart recipient. If anybody read my beautiful Facebook message earlier today, um, he almost, you know, with many others that received that medal, there's a lot of people out there that really sacrifice a lot more than we can imagine to this country. A lot of these men and women come home with wars that we never even wanted to happen, false flags, whatever have you, and they come back and they're not the same. So, for all of us in no matter what country you're from, we thank all of you for doing that. He was a helicopter mechanic, so he was on board a ship, but I'm not sure. Uh, I, when he's ready to tell me the whole story, he will. Again, a lot of soldiers come back with PTSD and trauma that sometimes you'll never know, and then other times when it's their time to tell you, they will. Um, I don't like to have somebody re-experience their pain over and over again. But he doesn't even talk about what he has. He's very humbled about his experience. Oh, that's awesome. Oh no. Oh God, I hope we had a lake of so like I live right below Gary, Indiana, and we are not that close to Lake Michigan, but we're close enough. So we get a lake effect. Normally, where I'm positioned in Indiana, the lake effect goes this way and it kind of doesn't hit us. This time, though, it came this way. From the wind came off the lake to the west and then hit the east. Normally it just goes east. That's why I didn't position myself in Ohio or in Fort Wayne or South Bend, knowing that they get a lot more lake effect than I do. But you get it anyway. You can't help that. Uh, so yeah. So shout out to all the veterans out there. Being that I'm from New York, being that I saw and experienced 9/11 for myself, I had a halfway decent seat in person to that. A lot of my high school friends recruited into either the Army, the Marines, the Navy, um, Air Force, unspeakable amount of numbers of my friends have served and served for years and some decades. I just literally had a friend retire from the Marines as a gunnery sergeant. She was stationed all over the place, but her last deployment was to Japan, and she just came back and retired after I think 20 something plus years. So a lot of I had a few friends in the Army. I had a tanker, I had a drill sergeant. And these are friends of mine that I grew up with that I could never see screaming at other, like one of my best friends. My God, what a mess he was. And then he turned himself around. And the military really does that. It really makes you into a humbled, beautiful person. But some people take it to their heads a little bit. But for the most part, I know so many veterans. One of my best friends that just got married, she was a Navy seaman. Amazing. I mean, I've been in touch with everybody. Wow. Yes, Arnie. Yes, yes, yes. Um, I was that's like the blackout happened during the snowstorm, and I was more in a reflective mode, so I was like introspecting like facets of myself that needs to go or just mature. And what I've been noticing is out of like tapping into the collective, the shifts, the reason why a lot of us feel like I feel very stagnant in terms of my career and like I'm watching my tarot and my oracle cards from other people and looking at the themes and everything is about the change. Like even when I'm doing the collective for the channel members, everything is about focus, intention, and change. So it's really honing into what we want and solidifying it on not the ego and the personality in this vehicle, but the soul, which is different, which is that your higher self looking down and going, okay, like we need to really evaluate your choices, your career, your hobbies, like how you are presenting yourself every day. How are you using your verbiage? How are you approaching people? Like looking that and introspecting all of that. A lot of people I know right now are going through a shit ton of pain. Like I'm in it, but that's for good reason. I'm sore from shoveling, but I've been coughing a lot. Um, Zionism, if I was going to take a neutral approach to isms, uh, those people are exhibiting a catalyst for us to shift away from. So those people that are practicing such, not necessarily all of them are evil or all of them are under a same window of program and narrative steering that they know not, they don't know any better, or they were born into it and this is all they know. I mean, not the judge, jury, and executioner in this lifetime. But in some facets, I am the archangel. I have the shield and the sword at the same time. But my war is not here. It's interdimensionally. If you raise, see there's the purging. if you see the neutrality in things where we detach emotional states to like blaming and shaming and blaming at different classes of people or stereotypes or labels that we give people, we can really look at what is this trying to show me and how do we need it to change? Instead of we need to wipe these people off the face of the earth because they're evil. Well, that's not going to help because not everybody, like, for instance, a lot of people are against Jews. Well, I'm a big lesson to this because I was raised by them. So automatically having my last name that's really Jewish, that's what is, under the classification and labeling of, I don't practice a religion at all, nor was I born that way. I was born under Southern baptism and Christianity. I, but I was adopted, so I had to take on my parents' identity in a sense. But it's not my identity. But there are so many people out there, like my cousin was buried in like super orthodoxical way. Even if I got the phone call, there was no way I was making it to New York within 24 hours of finding my cousin passed. Zero. Yeah, our sleep, I've been sort of on and off. I've been waking up at 4 o'clock in the morning a lot, sometimes 3 o'clock in the morning. Symbolism to that is, we all know. Are you in your body? Are you waking up out of your, coming back to your body? Waking up. Oh shit, I have to pee. I'm in a physical body again. Um, I know a lot of us are upgrading bodily. Our mitochondrial DNA and our strands are expanding, but not necessarily in this reality. It's slowly happening, but do you think our scientists have the equipment just yet to read the expansion? If you go to my quantum AI and metaphysical ponderings videos where I'm reading articles about theories and the new techniques and experimentations happening in the quantum world, yeah, maybe in 5 to 6 years, maybe less, we might have machinery to actually read more of the strands of our DNA. But right now, there really is a limitation in what physical, tangible evidence will show. Thank you, El Sunray. And I don't believe in it either, but I had to get away from people that were like, the Jews must die. All of them has to go. My parents were like the least, like an Orthodox person would look at my parents and say, you're not Jewish. Like people would look at me and be like, well, you weren't born into it. You're not Jewish. Like that's how extreme some of these people are, but that's what they've been seeded and programmed their entire existence. Do you really think they're going to change their minds? Maybe some might. I know watching Mayim Bialik, who's super orthodox, yet she's a scientist, so she has both paradigms to play with, but she's having people on her channel interviewing about consciousness and about going beyond the religious dogmas and the things that are limiting us in the expansion. It's not to say not to use what you know to come to a God sense, to come to the all that is aspect. However you find what we label God, that's how you're going to find God. It could be through the Bible, it could be through the Quran, it could be through Buddhist, the Vedas, it could be through Norse mythology. It's not mythology in my estimation. It could come from the Rig Veda, it could come from the Eddas, the sagas, it could come from anything. It could come from nature. It could come from the books behind me. However you go in whatever direction you go. There's no wrong. But how are you now judging other sections of the catalyst that God puts in front of you? Do you prefer that or don't you? And if you don't prefer it, why is it taking time and rent in your space, in your mind? Why do we need to hate? Not everybody who is an immigrant is evil. We know this as a collective fact. So why are we on our bandwagons making people that earn their right to be here? I mean, but take ourselves out and go to another country, they're going to be asking for a shit ton of things that Americans don't put themselves in an empathetic sense to put themselves in another paradigm. Some countries are easily able to move to than others. Like, in order for me to move to Iceland, I need to learn Icelandic. Do you know that's one of the hardest languages ever? Like, Mr. Marine has been trying to slowly introduce some German to me, and I'm just like, I can't even speak English properly. My Spanish is bad. Like, I took Spanish for a long time. It's bad. My sign language is my go-to. That's the fun part about where we are now, is why are we limiting ourselves and why are we hating things that God put in our sense to help us see an expanded picture? Once you see beyond good and evil, once you can come into a neutral space to view things objectively without a bias, without judgment, then you can see that it's theater. You're watching a movie, and the only thing you can do is react differently to it, if at all. I'm not feeding the movie anymore because I no longer need the movie. I don't need to preview it. I don't need to read the millions of documents to show me what my heart feels, what I already remember and know. His story is what we all wrote conjointly. We all wrote this story. We wrote this experience. We wrote each other into our stories. We wrote people in and out of our lives, all for soul growth, all for learning, teaching, experience. If we look at it that way, you're not going to get as butthurt about things as if you take everything so personal and so in. And it's not to say not to feel, not to love, and not to shine that light. It's to say what is worth shining your light for, what is worth loving. And I would say everything, even the things you don't understand, even the people that are so against you, that were so divisive over the red pill and the blue pill. Why can't you love them both? I did not. Personally, I did not. I have allergies to preservatives in vaccines. And for the people that took it, like so many people in the world, that's a choice you made. And that's a choice that I'm not going to judge you on. At one point in my life, I judged people because I was the one person in a building of a few hundred that thought I was going to kill them. And people changed their tune and got really upset with me when I took a step back to see the fear that was ingrained in them from the television and all the experts that are not really experts. They just make those claims, telling you and steering you a narrative. I saw it, and I'm like, well, there's something more to this than what meets the eye. But if you did take it, I'm not here to judge you. You took it, that was your soul contract to take. That was not mine. And why should I worry about all this fear that's ejected out of this one label? It's fear. I never got it. Up to this day, knock on my Formica table here, my particle board, I never got it. Do I believe it exists? Sure it does, because everybody believed it. So now it's in the reality. And we have to live with it now. But that's true. There is no death. If there's death of there's an ending of a physical existence for a momentary partial of time. But yeah, and Kathy, and I believe we were all a part of that, like trying to inform people to like make a better, like think about it. But even the people that, there were some people that had to because it it cost them either their family or their job. I was in that state in New York where I didn't take it. I lost everything and I'm still recovering from that loss. Like just because I moved somewhere else, like the economy is way different here. My job is not salaried like it was in New York. I'm making way less than what my worth is, and I'm back at the drowning point again and being choked up financially because the cost of living extremely went up. All my bills went up, but I'm like my worth is not here in terms of my career. They look at people like me like you're a piece of shit. You're a servant. New York, we get more respect for the profession that I'm in. Needless to say, I moved here for a reason. Because here there is choice. And I'm not against people's choices. If people took it, you took it. You can detox out of it. I mean, but there's people that took it or didn't take it and yet live shitty existences because they eat nothing but nonsense. But then who are we to judge what people consume and put in their body? Worry about self. Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, our soul chose our choices already, and we're just living that paradigm out. And I hope that everybody I know who took it live long and prosperous lives because now maybe they are raising their frequency and they're becoming more in the awareness that whatever was put into those things, whatever version of what they got into those things, they can transcend that energy and transmute it. You know, it's one of those things that I didn't personally do it. And at one point I had an opinion and a very strong one, and now I don't because I see a bigger picture. I look back and I see the expanded picture, and I see that everybody has their own pathway. And however that works out for you, from other medium perspectives, other spiritual souls out there, it was a part of your soul's choice. For some people, it was their out. They knew their soul knew that the body could not handle the frequencies that were to income on earth. They knew that they weren't going to be able to handle it. So the manner in which someone passes is up to them. It's a choice that they made pre-incarnation. So pre-incarnation, we already chose everything. We chose our mate. We chose if you're not going to be with somebody or with somebody, how many kids you're going to have. You choose all of it. You chose your parents. You chose everything. your circumstances, but caveat to all of that, you have a bandwidth of billions and billions and billions of other selves living in different dimensional spaces, the multiverse, different densities of experience. And as we shift in awareness, we become more aware and we expand. We stair step into other timelines and we merge with other selves. So the choice that you made back then to take it, maybe you now have transcended out of the fear stage. Now you don't fear anymore because you feel better that you got it. But now that you're around higher dimensional thinking, you now shifted where this no longer, it null and voids itself, and you don't, nothing's going to happen. Your physical vehicle, on the other hand, you chose your destiny. You only choose different things when you expand, but you can't escape your contract. If you're meant to experience a catalyst for soul growth, it can happen in many multitudes of ways. You're just choosing a timeline where maybe it's not as extreme. Some people get, into accidents or have near-death experiences to wake them up. Like, hi. Oh, now that you experienced me, now you can come back a different changed person. And those people do change. But some of us don't need those extremes to make changes to elevate. Giggles are great. So is mucus coming out of me. My heat is on and I'm a little on the sweaty side. Oh, Spirit's also here. So excuse me. I'm not trying to be annoying with my coughing. Little Thor only got 385 views today. What is going on? Where like a few days ago, Freya almost got 9K views. Like, blow my mind. I don't understand. Little Thor is not becoming as popular as Freya. What is in the paradigm? Bananas. And no, it doesn't even mean anything. I just like putting smiles on people's faces. Gobble gobbles, giggles. Choo choo. Choo choo. The choo choo train is up the block. I hear it. So I will be off again for Thanksgiving. I'm not 100% sure what my plans are. If it doesn't have a cataclysmic snowstorm, I will be probably celebrating with Marine. 99% sure of that. We'll see what happens. Paint and sips will always happen. Although I'm sure Marina's going to get tired of me making him stuff, maybe. Like, he doesn't understand what he got himself into. I don't think he understands. I like to make people stuff. I really do. I'm still working, I'm still figuring out Bob's Smurfs, but I see that he hasn't come and said hello, so I don't know what goes on. Again, assumptions. Chicken! Buck buck! Batty! Wee wee wee! Good. Have a wonderful night, Donna. I miss Jack, FYI. I sometimes catch his stuff on X. Unfortunately, finances still have me at not being able to support others like that. When I'm able to do so, I will support Jack. Um, you know, I know some of the concepts that I spoke with Jack when I was on his show a few times. He wasn't ready in the residents to hear, and I think slowly he's coming to that understanding. But he's doing it for himself, and that's more important in my eyes. Jack has a wealth of knowledge and a lot of insight that I honestly hope that if there is ever a big change, that he considers being a very big proponent of writing the new doctrine, the new paper, the new whatever it is that we need in our, updated world, our Constitution, the Articles of Confederation. I hope that he can be a part of that. I love rosemary water. I drink a lot of water during the day, but I'm in the midlife of being a woman, and exhaustion is always the game. I take a lot of good supplements too. Okay, that can go in. I need black. Even though I just signed blue. Excusez-moi. Well, you're talking to yourself because you are all of it in one. Nothing's outside of you. Unless you make it so. Hi, Barbara. I don't blame you. Errands are important. Okay, I found my pencil. I am a very big botcher of stars. I botch them. I don't know if I'm going to see what I do. Yeah, I already botched this. I should be using a better paintbrush, but it's just lightening it up a smidgen. This is brutal. I always botch stars. Don't ask me why. I can't answer that one. I botch stars. I sort of got it down. Yeah, I love Jack. Jack is very humble. I never had a problem with Jack. I just I never know when he's on. And I'm not on Telegram as much anymore. To see, you know, or I'm not my phone, I don't do X on my phone. So it's very difficult for me to see when he's actually having a show that I can watch, unfortunately. And also when I'm working or I'm doing my, you know, this channel, it a lot of his work coincides with mine. And like I said, I'm not here for favoritism or for, you know, if you show up, great. If not, great. It's okay. Jack was a very humbled guest in my house. And I'm sure him and Maureen would have really a really great time golfing because Maureen loves to golf. Oh my God, these stars are terrible. Terrible. Like doing it like a kid. Yeah, I know. I'm barely on Rumble anymore. Rumble, once the Rumble chats, and that happens to be with Janine as well. Once my Rumble starts with the chat issues, and it happens on YouTube. Don't get me, it happened to me the other day with my chat where it stopped working, and I'm like, where's everybody? Let me refresh. But like it's annoying, and I can't deal with that kind of stress anymore. So I just don't go on Rumble. I don't have as many issues on YouTube that I do on Rumble. These are terrible. See, I'm a constructive criticism person. I can constructively tell myself that these suck. Um, it's like a kid's doing it. I can fix it with blue. See, I don't have a point on this, so yeah. What would happen to me on certain channels, um, like I would have the chat up, say hi to everybody, and like no one's seeing it. But it's showing that I chatted. And then at other times I'm like, am I being shadow banned? And then other instances, my whole stream would go black. And I'm like, what the hell is this? You know, and besides Janine, um, and the Time Is Now podcast, I don't really need to go and Rumble anymore. Oh, that's terrible. I got to change that. That's bad. Bad. We fix. Sorry, I'm going silent. Too much black. I also think Spirit has a lot to play with that, Scott. Personal opinion. Did I say that? Or the extra dimensional beings that run some of us. I'm going to be playing with these stars all damn day. Holy shit. Looks like a starfish. Stars are one of the hardest shapes, I don't know, for me. I feel like I'm in a Lucky Charms commercial. Hey. What's up, Miss Sparky? Oh my God, these stars are shit. They're shit. I'm trying with the black and the blue to give it some depth. That's because Allison's not using good brushes. Oh boy, I just messed that up. The one thing about acrylic paint is that you can go over and fix your doodle mistakes. But thank you for all that are watching. Today is the Veterans Day edition, as I get to honor Mr. Marine himself, who sacrificed a lot of himself for this country and who looks super dashing in his little picture. I'm trying to fix the stars. Less starfish, less Patrick. More like stars. But some of these suck. I'll go back. Oh, that's awesome. And back in my day, I love going fishing. I don't eat the fish. At least at a New York harbor, I will not. I wouldn't eat it out of Lake Michigan either. Even though it's like freshwater fish, I still wouldn't eat it. Like Massachusetts, Connecticut fish are probably a little cleaner, a little less tainted. I messed that one up too. Whoopee. See, I should have had mapped them out better. But I'm determined I'll get these stars fixed. I give Little Thor tuna. I just don't personally tuna. I don't know. I'm like half and half with it. Depends how it's made. Adding depth. So I'm doing the flag on the state of Indiana. Don't know what I'm doing in the background just yet. But that might be for the next Craft and Sip. This frame, that's still drying, apparently. I have to resize Marine's picture. Look how adorable he is. Little handsome man. He's going in there, but I'm going to put some other pictures of him in there. And me. It's going to be cute. And he just is going to have to tolerate being with me and having a bunch of my work in his house. Because that's just what's going to happen. Florida fish isn't that bad. Depends like how far out. Depends what part of Florida. But I mean, like going out and like fishing for yourself. I just did. There are just things in the water that I would rather not know about to consume. That's just me personally. B Lady, I really honestly don't know. I thought it was my computer at first, but then, I being on YouTube, not having issues, I don't know. And, at some point I thought I was being shadow banned. But I don't know. Cause it happens on like every channel that I'm on. My chat and the stream freeze and I have to keep refreshing, and it gets very frustrating because you're missing out on content. And I honestly don't know, but it's not just a Allison issue. It's like a lot of people are having the same issue as I am. So it's not like Allison's like making it up, because a lot of people like to assume that I do. Wait until I add the gray to the white. It'll pop out a little bit more. Like I want the illusion, but the illusion is not happening with this flag. And it's weird because if I don't go into the chat and just watch, sometimes depending on the show, like I've tried watching Dylan Lewis Monroe a few times on his Templars channel, like it plays better on YouTube. And listen, like the reason why I chose to do everything on YouTube instead of Rumble is that I don't have to pay Rumble to go live. Oh no, I have to pay Rumble to go live. I don't know if that's changed, but YouTube, it's free, and there's a lot I could do with YouTube that I can't do with Rumble. I mean, everything has its, good and bad about it. I'm not necessarily popular with any one political affiliation because I don't really now steer myself in that paradigm anymore. So is Rumble really the best spot for spiritual talk? And even like BitChute and stuff. I used to upload my stuff to BitChute, and that started getting really annoying. And some other platforms, I was also trying to get some stuff out, and it don't look too good. But when I'm more in a financial stance, Brian Scott is using Skool, Skool, and want to see how he does with that, because I might go on that route to expand. With everything you have to pay, but you get a free trial, and it's just really interesting, like the advantages of that. So I'm looking into a lot of things. I can tell you right now, the technician's not buckshot or in marine. I can tell you right now. So Saturday, I will be at a vending event at the Trinity Healing Center in Northwest Indiana in Highland. I will be there. Selling my pyramids. So the channel member only content will come when it comes. But just be aware that I will be vending all day. I go, this is where the place that I go to is where I go for the gong baths, and I did not get to do the Stargate meditation. I woke up coughing my freaking brains out. Because me and Maureen were planning, it would have been Maureen's first time doing it. And I woke up like hawking a lung, and I don't want to upset anybody else trying to do a guided meditation, and all you hear is my coughing. That is like the no of going to group meditations. If you're under the weather or experiencing stuff that you can't control, like coughing like that, recommended not to do it. I hope I get some sales, like a lot of them. I'm really praying I could. Having all these days off and you don't get paid for them kind of sucks. And unexpected expenses do occur and have occurred in the last month that Allison's tapped in a bad direction. I'm not worrying about it. I'm trying not to talk about it or complain about it, but it's reality in my right now moment. I'm trying to do what I can to actually earn my keep around these parts. and pushing forward because that's all I could do. Technology is just, there's a lot that goes in, and I mean, technology is going to start changing here once again really soon. And the quantum computers that people are telling you about, I would not listen to them, and not because they're not trying to help you. It's that quantum system thing. They have not figured out decomposition yet in computering and thermodynamics. So yeah, sure, the quantum technology will be coming out, but what is it, the old, or is it like not developed yet? Because the quantum that I've been reading about is not developed yet. It's slowly being pressed forward. Uh, Once again, unless you are doing the research in that field, a lot of misconceptions about the quantum in general. And not to say that it doesn't exist already or that it will ever exist. I'm not saying that it won't. I just be really hard pressed to know where people get their information from. Because a lot of situationals with how they actually function, like the computers itself function, is a little different. Oh yeah, no, I wasn't I let's just say a lot of what's going on with me is ascension, but it's also allergies. Um, it is fall here before the foot of snow that dropped here the other day, and it a lot of mold and stuff is in the air, and I'm highly allergic to that stuff. I've been mitigating my cough, and it's mucusy, it's clear, it's not infection. I'm also detoxing right now, so the detoxing is a real thing. I need to do it every once in a, I give my body a break and then I go back. I know that I've been drinking a lot of water. I still feel very dehydrated. I've been mixing all kinds of stuff in my water. See, now we're looking like a flag, but I gotta fix a few components to it. I mean, the storm chasers that came through my area the other day, I can't even tell you um how beautiful, even in the midst of like blood, like whiteout conditions, like as they were approaching the storm in certain parts of Indiana, how gorgeous the foliage is amongst the snow. It was gorgeous. It really was. Gorgeous. See, I gotta play with the shadow and the light of this flag to make it look like it's folding in a little bit. Angles. I was telling one of my coworkers, their kid has a really good knack for copying and like doing hyper realism. And I'm like, it's all about the shape and the shadows. If they got shapes and shadows, they got it. But I'm doing this really from my own head. And what I have in my head is not necessarily what's down on this board. We'll get there. I used to do celery juice when I first read the medical medium, but I did not know because he never put down how much celery to juice, and like how much you should be consuming. But like anything else, it's an acquired taste. I like celery, like chomping on it, but I got to be in the mood. In that, I'm very picky like that. Oh yeah, I had to shovel sit for 6 hours. Um, I did go out overnight to clear off my front porch so I can walk through to get downstairs onto my property. But yeah, it to get through the slush with the plow and like 6 inches that was already down, and then it was so sunny, and then out of nowhere, here comes another 5 inches or however whatever dropped that day. Woo! Not fun. That was not ideal. I can tell you that much. But I like the snow. I'm really thinking about we are gonna have a heat wave over here come during the week. It's gonna heat up, so a lot of it's gonna melt. But I really wanted to make a snowman, like one of the biggest snowmans ever. I was very determined to do it. But I'm super sore. Super, super, super sore. So we'll see maybe next time. Then I'm out. And that it's colder and it stays cold. I might actually do a snowman or a creature. Maybe I can make an alien or a goblin. And today it was like parent teacher conferences. That's why I did not go to work today. Um I'm really praying that the parents that saw my teacher um or during the week, some of the kids have really bad allergies right now, and their snot is like green. And then you see them sitting there and like we're like, no, use the tissue, use the tissue. And we were making jokes like, oh, you got little snot goblins, boogie goblins in you. Snot, instead of saying snot rocket because the kids will then really literally snot rocket. I said you got to clear the goblins out of your nose because they're green goblins. One of the kids are like, I got devils in my nose. I'm like, the damnedest things these kids say. So I'm hoping that parents are laughing over the goblin thing and I don't get yelled at. Because it's true. It's not goblins. Okay, we're getting some progress on this flag, but there's a lot I gotta fix up. And we'll get there, but we're gonna let this dry. We're getting there. I need to make the fold look more like a fold and not a line of despair coming down the flag. And the stars need to get fixed. Thank you. I'm trying. I'm doing what I can. I got people asking me about the Aurora Borealis. I'm like, I'm doing my live. I can tell you later. I could tell you later if I could see it or not. I doubt we'll see it. I am stoked for Saturday. I'm excited. I was starting to pack up my sign display. All the signs, all the like little mini signs that I make, they're almost all packed. I have to see what I really have to go and intuitively pick out the pyramids I'm gonna display, the skulls, and some Christmassy stuff that I have. I got you, Miss Ivy. Miss Ivy, are you going to be there on Saturday? Do I get to see you for a little bit? Maureen will hopefully be with me. Um, though I can't knock him if he's not because he's been working like a shit ton. I got a preview of his like I didn't spy on him because I'm not that disrespectful, but when I passed his little office, um he's super smart and very talented. So I'm really excited if he can come. But I understand if he can't because he needs to sleep too. His work is nanas. Bananas. Well, I'm proud of you, girl. I haven't had a drink in a while. I think the last one I had was with Marie, and he made me a pina colada, which was really good. Again, I like bitch drinks. And not the stereotype. I'm going to be smart about this frame, and I'm just going to do 1 or 2 stars, but I'm going to actually cut a star out that I print. I had to sell my juicer in New York. Um, so I don't juice anymore because those machines are expensive. But I mean, I make a lot of berry smoothies, and smoothies not in meaning putting milk in them. I like infusing tea and making berry juices and mixing it with pineapple. Because I like me some pineapple and kiwi and passion fruit, dragon fruit, whatever I find fresh. And it's sad because I like Asian pear and I cannot find it anywhere up here. I'm sure it's there. I'm just not in the right section. Or it's like seasonal. Did you? There we oh. Oh, me and Sparky had lunch at that spot, Miss Ivy. That looks delish. I bet their drinks are really, 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 really expensive, like the food. Actually, the food is moderately priced. I just hope that I find out that Marine went out because he doesn't feel good, that he went out and got some free veterans food, coffee, haircut. I hope that he took advantage today because he deserves it. And so does anybody that served our country. You deserve the discounted free meals or stuff that people do for the veterans. If you're a business that does that, I highly appreciate you. And I mean, what's really sad about Veterans Day is that it's one day and it should be multiple days. For every war that was fought, there should be like a week. Yeah, I have to look in the Chinese market. I mean, but Asian pear is just it's like the apples. It's a pear, but it's a little, I don't know. I like the Asian pear better than regular pears. If I were to put it in my concoction I make. Ooh, we got some depth. Layering on the color. Don't worry, I'll talk to you guys in a minute because I'm going to check in with the Schumann residents. See where we are at. Miss Ivy, you better be there on Saturday because I'm going to give you stuff for your room. FYI. Yeah, see, it's cloudy. How am I seeing the aurora borealis should be seen by my house, and I doubt that there is sky to see, but not clouds. Whoa, Scott, that's crazy. Sorry, I'm just catching on to chat. Well, 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 well. Ivy, if you're driving, do you see the aurora borealis? Look up when you safely, please. If you're safe to do so. Is it cloudy out there? Ivy's not that far away from me, so she would be a better, instead of me just leaving here. I mean, I eventually have to go put the heater, it's on a timer, back on overnight for Little Thor. Do you, Thomas? So we're spiking a little bit again right now, right? Let's sign language right now. We are spikies. Straight line white spikies. Frequencies are at 8.07. Do you? You're in St. Louis. Oh, you're not far. I mean, Ivy's like a couple of miles up that way. But do you see it, Ivy? Now that everybody's convincing me, I might just have to take a little venture out in the backyard, which is right here. So give me a second. And then I'll start winding down. Can I get my... Of course, everything that I own is always stuffed in shit. All right, hang on. Big red streaks. Yeah, there. A friend from Wisconsin is in Wisconsin. I'm like, hey, you're right there. You're closer to Canada than I am. But let's see if I can see. I'll see if I can get a picture and I'll show you guys. So give me a second. Give me a sec. I'll be right there, guys. Hang on. Okay. I can't see shit. Nada. I did. I zoomed in and notice it's like my backyard. So this is from Miss Michelle in Wisconsin. Ah, that's what she's seeing. Now, if I go to my photos, so this is zoomed in, and from my backyard, you can see some stars or maybe planets. This is an angle from the side of my house. So that's like this is north for me, like towards Gary. And I don't see jack shit. Um, and my gosh, what did little Thor do? So this is little Thor's hut. Apparently more than one animal has been in there because I have two. I have a small one and then I have the big one. And let's just say there was not much straw on the top, and little Thor spilled a lot of straw because that was all cleaned up. So I might have to restraw inside, but he's not in there right now. He's probably out. But let's just note the icicle off my look at that icicle. Icicle, icicle. I mean, if we want an Aurora Borealis, we got an icicle with the the light shining through it. Yeah, I've tried because I have a nice camera like I take the moon with that will pick up the aurora. I have yet to get I just honestly think that where I'm located is too much light pollution. And if I were to go more closer to where Marine lives, you could see the sky a lot better. But yeah, she's in northern Wisconsin. But we do have a lot of solar geomagnetic activity going on. So make sure you are taking care of yourself. For sure. Yeah, the picture I showed earlier is from northern Wisconsin. Um, and it depends on where you're if you get the light pollution or not. I'm in a more of a populated area in Indiana than I'm not in the middle of the farmland. So it might be seen in by Indiana Dunes, I'm sure you could see it. There's really no light pollution over there. Just saying. Oh my God. Maureen is trying to help me out with tables. I have tables. Uh, Hang on, sorry. Um, yeah, I just asked Maureen to go. He's already in his garage showing me pictures of things that he has for Saturday because he wants to help me out. Him just being there and helping me with the boxes is just great enough. Because I have a lot of crap. It's heavy. Um, yeah, so like what I have, I don't think I have I took the pictures off. So basically, for this event, it's a 6x6 fold out table. I have a chair because it's usually just me doing the event. But what I just asked him if he has a folding chair. I'm not sure. Last year the chairs were provided. I brought one anyway, just in case. Um, but I have a stand on wheels that I hang my stuff on, my signs. So I have a whole huge stand that goes behind me, and that is backed by the wall so that people could see. And then I set up easels in the front of my table with the paintings on the floor. And then I have like a jewelry stand that I hang my ornaments on and then put the business cards on. And then I have my business card holders. I do have a tier that I put the either candles on. I don't know how many candles if I'm bringing candles because that's a whole orchestration on itself. I might bring Ivy some candles. Um, but I might put some pyramids and stuff on there, and then I have the picture frames that I make and other stuff that I do, and I like set the table up in a weird way, but it works. Yeah, I don't know how far, like, so from what Michelle just texted me, because she's all into the same stuff I am, is a KP8 Reach You Missing Sky Show, uh, which is high on the scale. Happy 11/11/11, Thomas. Uh, you should email me some pictures. I can show them next time. Um, I'm trying to see. I'll type it. If I'm still on and I get it, I will definitely show your pictures. If you would want, if you don't, it's okay. I can keep them to myself. Calm. That was a mistype. Yeah, I last year Angie provided the chairs, and even the event in the other space, they had chairs. So I always have a folding chair just in case. Awesome. I'll be waiting. That's like one of the things, some places provide, others don't. I know there was another kind of fair that's going on that I was so interested in, and it's like $250. Like what the I don't got 250. That's a lot of unless you have like a really good, excuse me, business. I don't have that. It's in Valpo at their county fair. I get it. They have to rent the space out. Like there's always, but I have to do what's cost effective. Even the South Lake Mall had something going on for this weekend, and they were asking a little bit out of my pocket for comfortability purposes, and I'm glad that I didn't do it because I'd rather do Angie's. I'll check the email in a second. My paint is starting to dry on the palette. And we're almost done anyway, because Miss Allison got work in the morning, and it's Wednesday, and it's a busy day. Actually, Tuesdays and Thursdays are crazy. Crazy town. Awesome. I'm going to check to see if I got them. Whee! Yeah, I did. What? Oh my goodness. Hang on. This is from Thomas, anonymous. Whoa, that's awesome. I like that green light right there. That is so cool. Thank you, Thomas, for sharing these. What? Whoa. That's so awesome. Those are awesome. I'm just taking it in. Oh, that's so cool. Thank you, Thomas, for sharing that. Wow. That is super cool. Those are great. Well, being down in St. Louis and where you are, that's phenomenal. I'm way closer and I can't see shit. But I am gonna, after this, go outside with my camera and see if I could see anything. I don't know if Marine is reading my texts or listening to me, but he should be outside, hopefully with his nice, beautiful camera and trying to get pictures for us. Maybe for next time. I know he has to get ready for work. My white's dry. Poopy. We're getting there on the frame. So once I get my printer, because it is liney, and I don't know what that, if that's spirit in his photo. But Marine is going to go in there with some pictures of us. We'll see. I'll make it cute. So yeah. Wow. Icicles. And things to remember about this portal today. And it's just energy. It's a gateway where your thoughts and intention vibrate higher than usual. It's a day to pause, realign, and consciously choose the next chapter. So as I'm closing this out, because my paint's drying on my palette, what are the things you need to do for yourself to enter your next chapter of your life? I know for me, I am working with Marine on our relationship day by day. Things are way better with us, and I'm happy. And doing this, I'm happy. There's a lot of new ideas that are coming to my brain that I hope to be implementing. Getting more solidified in the startup job that I'm doing. I'm not getting paid right now. Hopefully it pays off. If not, I got to learn something. But I'm putting myself out there in different facets in different ways with things that I ordinarily wouldn't do, which is change, right? Doing things that kind of make me not necessarily comfortable, but uncomfortable, but comfortable. Does that make sense? Like I took on a job and a title that there might not be pay because it's a startup, but I'm trying it out and seeing where it goes. Nothing is ever promised, not even tomorrow. Set one clear intention, something your soul truly desires. So think about not your ego and not your personality. What does your soul need? Your soul, not your personality, not this 3D physical existence. Write down as if it's already yours. Visualize it coming to life. Feel it, breathe it, believe it. I mean, this is how we manifest anyway, but release doubt and say out loud, I am in perfect alignment with what's meant for me. Have a good night, B-Lady. Don't worry, I'm ending. So think about these things that we are moving into in the next chapter of your life. I hope the next chapter of my life, I increase my skill set, that I gain more wisdom and knowledge to impart on humanity, that the right opportunities and the right doors start opening up for me, so that I can help myself and other people. That is right. And I'm really, I never want to stop learning, and that's where life is. So keep on pushing. Just think about, with this portal, with the energies happening, with the time leaps and the shifts, where do you see yourself? How do you want to move forward in your life? And if the book closed today, how would you start a brand new book and a new beginning? So these are things that will help you strive to get to where you need to be. So sending each and every one of you love, light, compassion, grace, shielding, and protective energy. Please go within, be the shoulders, be the lighthouse, sprinkle and seed your truths. Light that path forward. Thank you, Thomas, for the amazing pictures of the Aurora Borealis that's happening right now. If you're on the scale of where you could see it, try to see it. I'm going to probably go outside and look. I will be live on Friday. I just don't know what time yet. Love to each and every one of you. Don't forget to check out Little Thor and Little Freya videos early in the morning. I post them every day. Please take care of yourselves wherever you are in the world. Thank you for coming. My gratitude to each and every one of you that showed up today. Have a blessed and beautiful night, and bye for now.